Well, good morning. It is something, I don't know, it's Tuesday the 15th, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. All times that I refer to and that are on my charts here are Central Standard Time. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. The idea behind this is that I capture everything on my screens and my voice provides insight as to what I was thinking, so it alleviates me from the multitasking idea of screen snapping and typing and whatnot to keep up a journal. So that's the idea. And I stream this to YouTube so that I have a permanent record and I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy. And it provides complete accountability and transparency. Obviously, it is my trading journal, so there's no financial or trade advice, expressed or implied. I'm just talking out loud and recording my journal. If that helps somebody, that's pretty cool, and that would be great. That would make me feel good. But that's the purpose of it. I'm not monetized in any way here, so this is the only objective, or the only point of this is to be doing this. The expense of getting this thing set up and doing it is my personal trading journal, because I believe journaling is important and I don't multitask well. So that is part of it. Well, now it's been quite a night. Some yahoo at NVIDIA said they anticipate that predict or something that we're going to get that they're going to get licenses to export these AI chips to China. Well, okay, probably they will. I guess they figured out who in the government they need to pay to have that happen. Seems kind of counter everything that has been the rhetoric so far, but you know what I mean. Who knows? And as a result, that happened. So, new all-time high in the overnight, based on a offhand comment by a lower level, well, I don't know level, but certainly not the CEO of NVIDIA. Pretty amazing. And then we had the CPI number out, which pushed it even a little bit higher, though it was pretty much a big miss. So, pretty interesting. I think that what am I doing here? Let me see where I am. Sources. Okay. So that is pretty incredible. Let's jump over here to these numbers and reports and see what else is going on. Oh, here we go. So Trump, of course, here we go. So Trump is set to outline AI priorities in speech. So I guess this has been orchestrated from somewhere higher up, I suppose. The scrolling back down here a little bit, this is Financial Juice, by the way, and these reports are all, these sources are all free. You can pay for this. You see right here, data feed is delayed. You get this, real-time thing if you pay them. As also is my investing.com. Now, these are the earnings reports that are coming out, that have come out so far today. Pretty much all of them out except for one tonight at Omnicom. And then tomorrow is a bunch more of the financials. So we're into the Q2 financial earnings season. That's important. The numbers were perhaps easier to read here. A miss, okay, and flat. Which I don't see how 0.3 is flat over 0.1, but I guess it's as forecast, so it came in where they expected it to come in. So that is it. And now one of the things that I noticed that was pretty funny, look at this list of speakers today, starting in 15 minutes or in 10 minutes. Wow. Earnings calls and speakers, there's enough of them to go around. And of course, in the vacuum of any kind of news or anything, there's the ever-present risk of stuff coming out from various tweets or whatever else. You know, Trump is going to outline AI priorities. So, man, Redbook, wow. Redbook was a mess. That wasn't even on my list, huh? Okay, so that's where the numbers are, and let's look at the pre-market here now, because it's pretty interesting. Kind of alluded to it a minute ago, but there you are. Boom, 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 boom. So here was the guy talking. I know here was a guy talking right there, and then it pulled back, and then they traded it on up for whatever reason. We will be looking to open higher out of range, of course, and that's calculated with the. Well, did my market freeze up? No, it's still ticking, but boy, just barely. Look at this. This is not moving even at all, but it's not, the data hasn't fallen away. You see these little changes in bid and ask over here, but man, they came to a screeching halt. That's pretty funny. Or not funny, haha, but curious. Here's the all-time high, of course, and now we've put in 2 new ones in the overnight. I would guess that they're, I don't know what I would guess. You know, I'm just going to stand back and watch this. I'd say that this is a this is a rodeo, and I'm an old cowboy, so I'm probably not going to engage quickly here. Simply because I don't think there's a high probability of success in this one here. Something's going on here, and I don't know what it is. Refresh page, select stream, okay. Refresh, there we go. Now we're going. For some reason it was wanting to do the old yesterday's. Anyway, OBS. So, yeah. We will be opening, obviously, higher in range, and how that is determined is perhaps simpler to see over here. I guess it's pretty easy to see on the bookmap side of life also. But if we opened up here, where is that opened compared to yesterday's close and yesterday's range? On the bookmap side of life, here we are, right at the highs. Here's yesterday's RTH high, and here's yesterday's close. So we are looking to open higher than the close and out of range. The first thing I would do then is change the title of the column title to higher out of range, because that's the expected open type as far as I'm concerned. And I do this because it gives me a lot of data in a hurry. Just by when I review a screen snap or the stream, I see that and I know right away what we were doing. It gives me a snapshot when I look at this down the road someplace. I won't remember this day. Oh yeah, Tuesday the 15th we did this, and this, you know. I might actually remember it because of this craziness over here. A new all-time high based on a comment by somebody from a company. Wow. That's pretty, looks like the market is pretty desperate to react, doesn't it? in my opinion. So that's where we are for the current position, and I'll just quickly run through these. This is the ES Mini and Q Mini. The micro composite, our micro composite VPOC is 6303 half. We'll have a new all-time high up here now if they trade up through that, which very rarely does do the RTH traders allow a level to stand that was put in the ETH, especially an all-time high. So there could be some real dramatic responsive selling to take profit up here, but I would say that, within the next day or two, they would take out that high. We'll see. And this is the market profile for the ES. The way the micro composite works is real simple. Wherever I draw a volume profile around all the days where price overlaps. This chart is a daily session or RTH session, and these are daily candlesticks, 1 day each. So wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it. I get the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically to Bookmap. I put in the rest of these levels, the POC, etc., manually. And the session prices are also pushed automatically to Bookmap, which happens over here. And here we are. Here's the, here was or is the existing all-time high, which we did on the 10th. We pushed it up on the 3rd. And then we came back and nudged it a little higher on the 10th. Here's a naked volume point of control, which we've, still on the books. POC, etc. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically. The full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through today at 6 to 1600. This is not the ETH, this is the Globex of the full session. This is the RTH session volume profile, which will be reset at 0830. The notes column I already referred to, and the session prices. There are no indicators on my charts or my IRT or Bookmap, either one. There's a POC for the full session and the RTH session, and the POC just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. Nothing magic. There's a VWAP for both Globex and RTH, and there's a mid for the RTH. There are IBs high and low. Again, nothing mystical. It's just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. These gradations here reflect resting liquidity in the book. Here's 296 of them. And to be honest with you, I guess it's right under here. I don't really see. I was going to say I don't really see it, but that's where we are. It's going to be a pretty crazy day, that's for sure. Tomorrow there's SPX expiration, and then there's a Friday's options expiration day, and other news throughout the tomorrow and the next day and Friday. So, and with all the craziness going on with throw the craziness of the tweets and things like that into it, it's quite a interesting market that we're having here now. Let me start this stream on the other side. Okay, so that's where we are. Morning, GA. What's up? I haven't got the stream going on my other machine yet. I see over here in OBS. Yeah, quite an interesting morning so far and overnight. Okay, so one of the things that's pretty important to do here is to be able to trade. I think that's the point, is it not? So if you're going to trade on Bookmap, the first thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel. Click that padlock and select the method with which you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. There's 3 choices: chart, dome, or both. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is in this active data column. Dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse are in the dome columns, and both is, guess what? Both of them. I also have my keyboard set up for hotkeys, which works in all 3, but you have to have the computer focus on the application itself. That's not a thing to worry about when you're trading with a mouse, because by definition, when you click the mouse there, that brings the focus. But if I have something selected on my RT charting over here, and I notice that something's going on over here, and I try to keyboard into it without moving my mouse over and clicking somewhere on the screen, there will be no focus and there will be no order. So that's real important to understand if you like trading with it. That's the reason I've converted from hotkeys, which I've always used pretty much, to trading with a mouse. I also think that in the case of Bookmap, it's a little more precise and perhaps quicker to trade with the mouse rather than the keyboard, as long as you be sure and don't accidentally click over here for some reason, because you'll be in an order you didn't expect to be in. Next for me is I use multi-brackets, and I use the risk neutral package. They have to be in even numbers of contracts, and there is 1 stop for the entire package. Then the risk neutral scale is for the same amount of ticks as the stop, in the positive, of course, and for half of the package. And then there's a runner. If it's 4 ticks or 4 contracts, well, guess what? There you are. Half the package, same ticks positive as the stop is negative, and then 2 runners. And back when, Trump was tariffing everybody, I had a high volatility one with 24 ticks instead of 12. So that's how you do it. And you can determine these stop size by whatever homework method you use to identify the optimum idea for your trade plan. I also do the multi-account thing here. So, because this is a, hold on, this is a bookmap. This is a TopStep evaluation account. The idea of my, originally was that this would be, I would take this on the stream through the full cycle. Eval, XFAs, live funded trading. And as part of that, I use that multi-trade, whatever it's called, multi-something or another, hold on, multi-account trading, which means that it copies whatever I trade to the other accounts that I have. So if I make a trade over here, it's automatically copied to the rest of them, and you'll see a whole bunch of entries come up and down over here in that case. And it's kind of interesting, like the other day, one trade for 60 ticks, and suddenly I had earned 300 ticks across the account. It's called, a lot of people refer to that as sim farming. I had a real negative opinion about it at first, and then I thought, I'm just stupid. Why not take advantage of something like that? So I'm trying it. Plus, I thought it would, for the purpose of this stream and to record the journey, it would be interesting. So there we have that. Okay, and the next thing on the order of business would be the, hold on, the TLab snap. Well, I can't have that problem, GA, because the hotkeys will only do the contract that I'm looking at. So if I'm on the ES here, and I have a multi-bracket set up, I can't do another instrument. Now, what you can do, which was what we used to have to do before multi-brackets, before there were multi-brackets, if you wanted to have a bracket set up, you could set up, a bracket that had one entry, one stop, and one target. If you wanted to have more contracts involved, you had to click the entry that number of times. For example, if you wanted to, you had to click twice. And that could screw you up, which I did by accident more than once. Click too many times or hotkey too many times and suddenly be in 4 instead of 2, for example, or something like that. But you can't change instruments with Bookmap. Only speaking with Bookmap. Now getting back to the TLab snap, which is something I do every day, and I'm considering stopping that. Actually, I don't think it does much good anymore, and it's I don't think it does much good anymore. So this is the snap. Well, let me just do that, and here we go again with why I can't multitask well. Stand by, Panda. Stand by. Hold on a minute here. All right, there we go. Is that the right one? Yep, that's the right one. Okay. Yesterday I typed something, I sent something to the wrong room. Nothing bad, just I didn't notice. So the TLab snap, first of all, the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And continues to be led by him, who is I believe to be a professional, successful trader. Let's put it that way. And he's got about 46 years experience. First of all, none of this stuff is, verified by me. This is, but I believe what he says. You know what I mean? So take that for what it's worth. I have no way of knowing that he started trading in 1980. You know what I mean? But I believe him. So there you go. And one of the reasons that I stuck at the TLab was that nothing is for sale, nor are you ever solicited for anything, which to me is pretty refreshing. And why it's the only place that I recommend. You're not even required to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty phenomenal considering it is their marketing tool. And I'm sure they want you to subscribe, but you're not solicited to do so. And I only recommend the TLab even on the Bookmap Discord servers. Not that what I recommend is important, but I have a principle. And I don't want to recommend something that I don't believe in. And I pretty much believe in what Tom's got going on at the TLab. I think he's genuine. He's not trying to sell something unless he owns Bookmap. Who the hell knows? But I mean, you know what I mean? And I've only been to 2 of the other rooms that they have, and they have a lot of them. And those were typical. About the third word out of the guy's mouth was, "This is available for sale in my Bookmap and on my website, and I'll only charge you $1,000 a month for mentoring," and whatever else, which is perfectly fine. Absolutely fine. If that's what they want to do, and if that's who and what Bookmap wants to support. But I don't think it's something that I want to endorse or recommend. And so I don't. And that's that. The snap, which is this, I created long ago to try to help folks that don't have this type of charting, to give them all the numbers and levels and stuff they might be interested in, naked volume points of control and all that kind of stuff. So there you are. Now we are fast approaching something, the open here. Where am I? TLab, 2-lot package, okay. All right. Let's see now. as far as the pre-market goes in general, and here we go again, more of this stupidness. You know, they're pushing up to another all-time high. They've pulled the overnight volume point of control right up here. So we've got, you know, somebody put crack in the water cooler. I don't know what, you know what I mean? I think that this market would, you know, if somebody said crap tasted like peanut butter, they'd buy it because they're so desperate to align themselves with and endorse or seem to be in favor of anything that's being pushed by the administration. That's my point of view. I don't think we have any damn reason on the face of the planet to be putting in all-time highs. This economy is stumbling and falling. People are losing their jobs right, left, and center. Because some dork at NVIDIA comes out and says, oh, I think we're going to get a license to export these AI chips, which was a big thing that we're not going to export our AI technology, you know, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, because they say that we're putting in a new all-time highs. This is just my thinking out loud, right? Because this is my journal. So that's what I think is going on. And I think that they're getting as many of them long as they can. And when they pull the rug, it's going to be epic. But we'll see. Who the hell knows? As far as the current trading day that's upcoming, all right, here's the big news. More of it. Here we are, trading right up here at the highs, okay? I would expect that we are going to have responsive selling at the open to take profit. That's typical of every, I mean, that's a typical response and a reaction and something that I look for every day. We have a P-shaped profile, which indicates short covering. Makes no sense because how can you be short when it's new all-time highs? There had to be trade above there to be short, right? So I'm not sure that philosophy washes very well here. And that is old market profile isms, you know? And I think I ran through these charts already. The ES mini, NQ mini, micro composite, and the ES mini market profile. And there's something about the market profile. I don't have these expanded or, you know, I don't really trade market profile as much as I did, you know, 10 years ago when I first started learning about it. And the thing about market profile, you need to know, you can expand these profiles. It's just a 30-minute chart. Open yourself up a 30-minute candlestick chart. It's the exact same idea. It's the exact same data and the exact same pattern. These are 30-minute brackets. The only difference is they don't have the time component spreading out. So when you expand them, it's a 30-minute chart. That's, if you don't have market profile, then you can accomplish the exact same thing. Anyway, so there's that. If you have IRT, and Tradevate, I believe, has TPOs or time price opportunity charts, market profile, a lot of different names. It was invented by a guy named Pete Stottlemyre back in the 80s who worked for the CME. And he showed it to Jim Dalton, who thought it was a good idea and loaned Pete some money to continue. And that's how Dalton ended up adopting it as his and monetizing it with his books, you know, Markets and Profile and all of that stuff. But the guy that figured it all out and developed it is a guy named Pete Stottlemyre. So there's that. Yeah, what to think about this market profile, right? Now we're going to open in about 2 minutes here, so I'll stop wandering on about that. And I don't think this is going to reset, so I'll be just doing it manually. I've sent in a ticket to Bookmap about what the hell's going on, and I'm frustrated with it, but there you are. And that ought to be the start right there. No reset. Not a flurry. We do have some data build up because there's some lag on IRT. Supposed to be resetting on double click. There we go. That didn't work very good, did it? Oh, it's irritating. So anyway, I'm about ready to go back to trading a normal candlestick chart, and to hell with this, all this folderol here. Expensive folderol, mind you. The problem with these POCs is they are not in line with the market because of the start time, right? Which reminds me, I've got to reset these for the start time. And we are in a very, very high gap up situation, right? Way up there. So we've got a gap high going on over here. I do gaps in the following manner. Range. So this is how I do them. And gap high, and what is this? 1507.25. There we go. And then I jump down here to the close, and that is, I'm sorry, the high. Boop, 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 quit it. Well, come on, eyes. Start working here. The high, previous high, sorry, is the gap low. It's 1407.25. And you'll see those around in different spots on my micro composite column here now. I think I got this off. Yeah, it's close enough, low volume now. So that's where we are. There's a gap high, there's a gap low, we're in gap rules. What are the gap rules? Old market profile idea. If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if especially we get acceptance in previous value, we have an exceptionally high probability of trading across that previous value. If we're rejected out of it at any point, then it's, duh, football. It's going to trade on in the direction of the gap. And it's not rocket science, believe me. None of this is. I think that's probably the most important, one of the most important ideas to get across to new traders. All the crap and bells and whistles and BS that these gurus and everybody else tries to put out is exactly that. This is not... Yes, trading is difficult, and very few people succeed at it, I guess. But all of the, the charting and the complexity and the people that like to talk about call walls here and something else there and options this and that and something else, it's just to try to make themselves look great and try to confuse people and, ooh, this guy really knows what's going on. I think that's a shame. Okay, get this wound down where I can see what's going on, and now I'm going to try to do something here. Well, I got the overnight high there. That looks about right, or the current high, and I've got the low down here, which isn't right, depending on the IB low, which over on Bookmap is about 31-ish. Okay, so it's just not moved down yet. All right. Yeah, we got a gap. We are moving in the direction of the gap. And this is what I mentioned earlier in the pre-market as responsive selling. So let's see what happens. And incidentally, I plot and push levels for both the micros and the minis. I'll be right back. All right, so let's see now. I'm way behind in everything. I need to get the stream going on the upper machines. There we go. Hey Antonio, what's up? Panda was just cruising through here and wondering where you were. It was clearing her voice already to start singing. No Antonio. Get the stream going on the upper machines. Yeah, so crazy night. I think completely irrational stuff that worries me a lot about the economy. Yeah, I've never read Pete's books, GA. I learned about market profile back in like 12 or 14 or something like that. Somewhere around there, 2013, 2014 or something. By a guy who used to be a floor trader named Jim Pendlebury. And he had a little room. It was kind of funny, actually. And a new guy in there was FT71, Murad Askar. And he actually kicked him out because he tried to take it over. Pretty funny. Long time ago. That's where Murad learned about market profile. And Murad actually commented about that at one point in a webinar on Big Mike that I heard him talking about, that he originally was in a room and he said himself, he said, I acted inappropriately and, I let my ego, he was talking about don't let your ego affect trading and all that stuff. And he actually commented about that. I think he's a pretty good guy, I guess. Obviously, he's 100% all for him, Murad, and making money, but so is everybody else, I guess. So, yeah, that's a pretty crazy story. Pretty crazy trail, I guess. And we are not really... Okay, let me just check a couple things here. I've got my IBs high and low look like they're about correct, so that's good. The profile's working right. That's really irritating me, this failure to start properly at the open. Where am I else? Now, let's see. I'll do the open. There we go. Yeah. So here we come down to the naked volume point of control and continuing to head lower. What do we got down here? Ooh, we got to close the gap. Heading our way. Maybe. Maybe not. But, you know. Here's that responsive selling I was expecting. Now, I'm sure there's guys like Furs and somebody that reacts quickly and they jumped on a short, and I'm really happy for that, for them. They're looking at 20 points, right? Without any heat. Bam, zoom, straight down. And think about it. Why in God's green earth are we up above all-time highs and everything else? Go for some dork at NVIDIA going, I expect we're going to get a license to export chips. I mean, that's pretty crazy, you know. Not Hong. Now tonight at 10 or 11 o'clock, he's going to be speaking at a AI conference in Beijing. Is the plan. So, you know, hook in and hang on for some more. But crazy, huh? That's like the market, you know, falling out of bed because Trump says he's going to tariff people and then zooming up when he says he's going to postpone it for 90 days. It's like crazy. Well, there you go. Good for you. Why didn't you let her run? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, that's... You know, I'm probably my own worst enemy about these kind of things, but I'm going to focus on yesterday. I missed the IB continuation trade, which was absolutely textbook perfect. And I'm going to wait now until the IB sets and see what I get out of that today. I'm still trying to vet those IB trades, and I'm going to stick to that as long as I can, hopefully. But yeah, when I see stuff like, you know, this, and I've talked about it for an hour before it happens, and I'm thinking, and I'm saying, well, it ought to be I'm expecting responsive selling, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I probably should have done that myself. Maybe I'm too rigid about things. I think got to reevaluate this whole thing and maybe just throw it all in the garbage can. That's why I use the brackets, the multi-brackets, and don't change them. The only thing I ever do is move the brackets away. In other words, if I had so the runner on the 2-lot package is 48 ticks, right? So let's assume that it was down here, and I think, well, here's the gap close. I would move the target to the gap close, and I would not let this blow back in my face by trade management. And I would never, ever in a gazillion years move the stop away from entry. That's just, I'm not saying that works for you or anybody else, but that's something I've adopted to stop doing that, you know? What my problem is, as opposed to what you did, is managing too tightly, being afraid it's going to come back on me. You know, like... Once I have the T1 profit hit, then I get worried it's going to come back, so I move my stop up to break even. And then it comes back and hits break even, and I made, 12 ticks, and then it goes on to make 48, that kind of thing. That's where your data is so important and why you need to capture that data and analyze it statistically. What percentage of the time do you hit T1? What percentage of the time do you hit T1 and T2? And there you go. That's how I believe to approach it. And, I wish I had 10 handles or whatever you got, and instead of standing here looking at the damn screens. So there you go. Let's see if the chatty thing is working over here. There we go. Oh, yes, there we go. Okay. Now we have VPOC migrations. Here you go, Antonio, your favorite. And we're approaching, I don't know, I don't remember price check at aisle 3. I don't know how, I'm trying to think of how Tom or Ed or somebody looks at previous, typically it's within, I believe that those kind of things are typically within the same session, but maybe not. So we did get down through the naked volume point of control from the other day where we set the all-time high. Now we have set a new all-time high up here. Based on what? Is the economy better? Should the S&P 500 be higher because of what? Yeah, that's the problem I have. Let's see if I've got everything squared away over here now. I've got these on the daily chart. That's good. Here we are. Yeah, okay. And I guess I've got this one all right, so that the levels being pushed are accurate as best as I can. Kind of tired of that too. Yeah, this doesn't look right over here to me. Hold on a minute. I got to see what's going on here. This is not right. Today it wasn't showing up over here. IRT has a funny, if you've got it wound in tight like that, and it won't, I've noticed, mine anyway, will sometimes not show the current movement. That's what I was spotting over here that I knew we were higher than that, and where the hell was it, right? So you got to kind of keep your head screwed on. And we're damn near down here to the gap, kind of flattening out just below the, below something, I don't know what. Here's yesterday, day before. Obviously, new all-time highs by a whole bunch. The way I've got it figured, there's the gap close. Again, gaps for me are range. Some people use open close. Some people use value. Shoot your best shot. Shoot your best shot. What's wrong with 9 handles? Antonio, do you notice any discrepancy in the data, you know, like price levels and things between IB and what we're seeing on here on my stuff with Rhythmic or with your trading view levels? I used to find a discrepancy between Tradeovate, which at that time was using CQG data, and Rhythmic data, which was powering the IRT stuff. This is a few years ago when I was in KL. That always kind of bothers me. I think that's what probably bothers me about this whole idea with TopStep and the new thing to Project X is they have the complete behind the curtain control for the A book and the B book and all that stuff. Whether that's the case really or they would really do it is another idea, but I got to look behind the curtain one time at the Forex industry in Kuala Lumpur, quite by chance. A big outfit on the same floor we had our office on in a building there in KL was a big Forex outfit. And I got to be friendly with a couple of those guys, and that, Jesus Christ, man. They had an A book and a B book and even further, I think a C book also, you know, where they could throw you in there and your fills would be delayed and your data would be delayed and they could do whatever the hell they wanted to do. And in the majority of the cases in Forex, because there's no centralized exchange, it's a bucket shop, period, case closed. And I went, whoa, man, do I want to be as far away from this shit as I can get? And they were, you know, convincing everybody to trade Martindales and average down, and it was pretty crazy. FX Open, it was called. I think they may still be around. I don't know. It was a big outfit at that point. It was pretty, and that's what worries me about a deal like this Program X and making everybody trade on your platform. Oh, and the platform that they all use that's really, really, really built specifically for the back end shop to manipulate everything is MetaTrader. That is the biggest carnival game in the entire world, I think. Just my opinion, of course. Yeah, Realtic. I forgot about that. Exactly. Yeah, I've tried account. I mean, I think I still have an account with Schwab and who the hell what is the name of that outfit? It's a outfit out of Miami. Tom talks about him. He used to do some work with him too. They do their own data and a trading thing. Now all I can think of is MetaTrader, and that's not it. I had an account with them as well. And IB, originally with IB when I came over here from Africa and was trading equities and stuff. So we just about got that gap, 5 handles away. Whatever that means. Interestingly enough, that is exactly the weekly expected move based on this new concept of calculating that from the implied volatility of options, which I have no idea is just, you know, complete hocus pocus or not. But I thought, yeah, TradeStation, there you go. That's the one. That's the one. So I don't know. Let's see here where we are. We're not even at the top of the first 30 minutes yet. Let's see if Rod's IB30 works out, huh? I haven't looked at, don't think there's any. Well, as I said earlier, look at this pile of goddamn speakers, for Christ's sake. You know, intersprinkled with, I didn't know we had a crypto czar. I thought czar was a bad thing. Last time I heard about it, it was drug czar, you know. I guess we've got a White House crypto czar now, and all these speakers. So this is the one that I was referring to down here. Now, when Hong talks to it says tentative, but I saw it somewhere else in the news last night that he's speaking to I think it's a conference or an AI something or another in Beijing. So I suppose it could be another rodeo after that. And there's always the ever-present Trump tweets or Trump dumps or taco bombs or I don't know, whatever kind of euphemism you want to use for them. Certainly nothing based in any kind of a methodical or practical background, I don't think. It seems to me just, you know, whatever he pulls out of his ass, we'll put 35% on that. Is there a reason for any of that? I don't know. I got no idea. People a lot smarter than me are the ones that are talking about stuff like that, like Tom Sosnoff and guys like that, who I believe know what they're doing. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just disappointing for me that this stuff is... Yeah, I flew for a lot of years. I had my own air cargo company in the Caribbean. I used to fly up and down the islands there all the time. Then I went to Africa with an outfit called Transafrique. We were the largest carrier of food and medicine for the World Food Program, and we were based in Luanda, Angola. We had about 10 C-130 Hercs and a handful of 727 freighters. But at that point, I was brought into the management. I ran stores and maintenance for them in Angola. Well, it was interesting because it was during the war. It was the 90s. I was in Africa pretty much the 90s. In the Caribbean pretty much of the 80s, and then the 90s in Africa. And then pretty much the 2000s, a little bit over here, and then went to Asia for 11 years. Kind of did different things, but not flying after that. After Angola, I didn't fly. Well, you can go be one, man. It takes you 40 hours. You got to pass your written test, and it takes you 40 hours to get your private pilot's license. I did it in a week in Casper, Wyoming. Way back when. And then we headed out, and I ended up with a plane and flying cargo up and down the Caribbean. Lived in St. Bart's, lived in Montserrat, Dominica. Of course, you know, the usual suspects, the American Virgin Islands and stuff, and Puerto Rico a bit. Used to fly in and out of the Dominican Republic. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, especially if you live in a place like the Caribbean and you've got your own plane. It changes your whole dynamic. You know, you would jump up and wake up in the morning in Montserrat and fly over to Antigua to go to the beach, or fly up to St. Martin to go shopping and stuff like that. It eliminates the cabin fever, the rock fever they call it, where you're just stuck there, you know. Big dynamic. Well, here we go. We're going to close that. Rod got his, well, he's going to get his IB30 here pretty quick. Yeah. Flying is definitely, gives you freedom, that's for sure. That's why I learned to fly in Wyoming. And when I was living up there, I grew up in Montana on a ranch. And, you know, it's so far between places and the weather and shit like that, that it was, you know, like it would take 6 or 7 hours to drive from Casper over to Jackson Hole to go skiing or whatever. And it'd take about an hour and a half to fly there. So it made a big difference. Same way with Denver. Go down to Denver from Casper's, you know, 5, 6 hours or 5 hours. And it takes a couple to fly. And I did a deal for the guy who owned the FBO. So I got the pilot's license for free. We did a swap out. So that helped too. And I have no idea about the cost of any of that. I'm talking about, I am talking about the late 70s when I did that. So, you know, the cost in those days was about $2,500. And who the hell know? I have no clue what it would cost today. But it's fun. And flying in the Caribbean was really great. Really great. Well, we are, you know, Antonio's made $1 million on his VPOC migrations, I guess. Your short is good. That's great. I'm standing here like a goddamn bump on a log. Looks like Rod's IB30 is going to come to pass and likely will close that gap, which, you know, gives me a little bit of faith in humanity. They're going to bring this thing back to reality. Kind of. The NQ, not so much, unless something's wrong here. We haven't gotten close to closing that NQ gap. Boy, that IB continuation trade yesterday was really, really super. Here we go. Good boy, Rod. That's what statistics do for you right there. You can anticipate the setup and the potential, and I can get it on the right freaking window here. Would be offset. So there is his 89 or 90% probability, and the gap has been closed just by a ticky poo, a little ticky poo or two. I've not traded the IB30 much. I did it first, thought it was pretty cool, but I'm trying to be, as I said yesterday, and continue to do so to convince myself of it. I'm going to focus on doing the regular IB trades and see where I get. But it is disappointing when you know, that was obviously a great short. And if you're scaled and you got your helmet on, well, Merry Christmas, here you go. And you got the context of the day, lower lows, lower highs, looking to close the gap. There's a whole lot of things in your favor to keep that short going. And what did you get? Well, there's 43 to 15, right? So there's 25 handles. Pretty good wages. Pretty good trade. You could be done for the day, depending on your requirements financially. Well, they just to the tick and back, eh? So, Well, there shouldn't be any question that Context is down, or there is no question for me. VWAP is definitely coming along behind it. There's our gap close. Now, because of the circumstances yesterday, notice that there's absolutely no, in the right window, yep, there's no, well, maybe a tick of excess on the top of this value area. There's also a question that in a trend day, there is no value area because the market is trying to seek value or determine where value is. I don't think yesterday is considered a trend day, or at least it wasn't to me, but there is that, okay? My point for saying that is, here is value. We got right to value and didn't get into it, let alone be accepted in it. If we were, and we got down to this POC, for example, which is our closing POC from yesterday, at about, and there's a lot of stuff down there at around 11. We got the POC, we got settlement, we got close, right? If we got down in here and got accepted, then that gap rule says that we have a very high probability of trading all the way across the value area to this value area low. Yeah. So there you go. And I don't have a statistic to back that up. I should probably stop saying it because, or figure, do the stats and actually know what it is. But it's one that's been brandished about from the market profile days. Yeah. So it's kind of like the IB statistic, only I don't have stats to back it up. With the IB statistic, we have the homework stats to back that up. Yeah, it could well be 10K, I suppose. I don't know. Got no idea. It's 40 hours. You need, unless they've changed the FARs, it's 40 hours of flight time, and then you pass your written for the private pilot's license. I was commercial multi-engine instrument rated. I had all the requirements for the ATP, but I just never took the the written for it. Didn't have a need to, right? And the funny thing about the pilot's license in America, anyway, my pilot's license is still valid. You have to take a recurrency check ride, and you have to pass your medical, and then you go right back to flying. No matter how long it's been, unless they change the FARs, and I haven't looked at the FARs or read them in a long time. The Federal Aviation Flight Rules. I haven't looked at that stuff in a long time, but that was the case last time I knew. Well. What is going on elsewhere here? Well, lots going on over here. Well, some of the static boys are doing great, looks like. ETHPOC. Oh yes, there is a good one. So now what are we doing here? Where am I? Where are we? Okay. Got rid of that music thing. I took it back off of the deal. It didn't strike me as being anything that I was particularly fond of. I got to figure something else out or forget about it, one of the two, just to kind of get rid of the dead air. VPOC migration once again to that naked volume point of control. And I've been remiss in my job here. Nobody said anything to me. I've been standing here in a freaking coma, not doing my flags. Not that there were a lot of flags to do at the moment, but, you know, process is process, right? And my eyes are burning and hard to focus and what not. Oop. Didn't want to do that. There you go. So, another 15 minutes. This could be kind of a non-event kind of type of day for the IB statistics, for an IB trade. I don't know. I'm not sure what I would think here, whether I would be looking for an IB continuation or failure, to be honest with you. Pretty directional. I don't think there's much question about that until here, till we got down to just the gap, and then now we're moving up. Continued migration lower of the VPOC. So I suppose by definition then the IBC would be the go-to to expect. Something that I've definitely noticed the last couple of days, my expected IB move has not been the one. It's been the opposite. Yesterday, I was thinking there would be an IB failure. And turns out the IB continuation was textbook. Not that that means anything, but I need to be, for me personally, I need to be flexible and not let my bias ruin the idea or, pollute my thinking. So where are we now? Okay. Hey, Lucky. And damn, it's bright out. These would be, I think, qualifying IB or VPOC migrations, I would say. We get a VPOC migration down, the VWAP is just above there, tests up to the VWAP, and then falls out of bed in the direction of the migration. That's probably a good one. I hope somebody got it. I'm sure somebody did. I know the guys in Static are busy looking at that, looking at these VPOC migrations. They were this overnight VPOC retest here, as somebody was saying, well, I bet Rod was all over that one. He's not around. He's on a trip. I mean, he's in and out, obviously, over the internet, but he's not at his home base right now, I don't think. Oh, man. Well, 9 minutes. And let's see what's happening in Crazy Town. Well, Wells Fargo earnings were out at 9, or the call was at 9. Citi's at 10. U.S. Energy Secretary Wright is going to be speaking at 10:10. Then the crypto czar. I think that's so funny. I didn't know that. We had one of them. And czar, I thought that was that's an interesting term. 10:45. And then after lunch, we've got Mr. Trump, the Presidente, POTUS, or whatever you call him, at 1:30. Yeah, it's just magic. Magic all day. So trade what you see, right? Trade the market, trade what you see, and barring some shenanigan like like this. Yeah, we just gotta, you're on the right side of it. And then there's a lot of people that happen to be long right over here when that happened, and they can't get over how smart they are. The old saying that luck is when preparation meets opportunity, right? Well, five minutes till the IB sets. We sort of ran out of steam there, it looks like, didn't it? Everybody got so excited there at the end of the ETH, and now it's kind of like, now what do we do? That's why I was looking at the news, where it's what is the next potential interrupter to the auction or input to the auction that's going to make something change. Somebody's saying something, that's for sure. I don't think anything, yeah, exactly. I don't think anything, I don't think any kind of moves like this are just, market moves anymore. The minute something like that happens, I start looking for the news at this point. At this point. And I don't I refuse to get all the, subscribe to all this X and Trump social and all this, high school girl horse shit, in my opinion. Sorry for the French, but, social media and 24-hour news cycle and news agencies that are nothing to do with news and it's just on the internet, and it's like, wow, what has happened here? What has happened? And just random comments can have such a huge effect. I kind of don't imagine that any of these banking or finance earnings calls will have a whole lot of impact on the market, but you never know. Especially Citi. Wells Fargo, maybe. But that's over with, should be. And here we go, zooming into the big and world famous 930. I don't know. I don't do the news squawk things. I remember that from there. There used to be something like that long ago. I have no idea. The two that I've looked at for a long time, or the one that I've looked at for the longest time, is investing.com, which I was looking at here a minute ago. And now it seems like a lot of people look at Financial Juice, which I think is probably pretty good, as long as you have, and maybe if you have the live thing. I don't know. But I don't know that they look at or pick up stuff like the, Trump social or one of those kinds of things. I don't know how closely that's monitored. I guess the short answer is I don't know. All right, here we go. So the IB status set, which, as we know, there's a 97, greater than 97%, 97.7% probability that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. And that's for all four open types. And it's probably going to happen in the next minute or two here from the way it's looking. One thing I learned the hard way, for me, I used to trade in anticipation of the statistic. In other words, okay, well, we're going to take out the IB low, so I'd short. No more. I got burned way more than once on that one. And, if you make money, if that's one of your go-to trades, good for you. I'm just talking about me here. So there we have the IB low and coincidentally the low of the day and the gap close. There we are. There's the stat. 97.7% probability that that would happen, and it did. And with that, now we're going to get somewhere maybe. So we're getting some action down to previous NVPOC. This is from this flag was put in here at about 14:30 yesterday. This is the location of the POC from yesterday's RTH session. So it is by definition the most current naked volume point of control. Settlement and close. Bam. I would say that probably the IBC would be the short, right? I mean, IBC would be the trade. This V bottom here is a little bit suspicious. Let me make sure that I've got this set up. I don't even remember it anymore. It's been so freaking long. There they are. A bit late. A bit late on that one. What's going on here? Likely stopping here pretty quick. Yeah, this deep V reversal is one of Rod's new ones he's working on vetting. And frankly, I'm tired of just standing here and not trading. I'm likely to be stopped out, obviously, but let's see what happens. If that happens, it happens. Context is definitely down. We're kind of at the juncture of the being accepted in value idea here from the IB lows or the gap idea. But I'm not liking the price action here very damn well, that's for sure. Yeah, that's the idea, is that it's a reversal idea. There we go. Okay, so we got the T1 off. And what'll happen now? I don't know. Busy typing, and we all know how good I am at that. Well, just below the VPOC, MCVPOC. So at this point, I'm risk neutral, and the worst that's going to happen to me is a scratch. But at least I got a little adrenaline moving there and got something going on. And now's where I started having all these, all these FOMO deals of, shall I bring it up to break even? Shall I, you know? And I really don't know what to say about that. I'm always of two minds, you know? See profit, take profit. I never met anybody went broke taking profit. But on the other hand, I very definitely know that there's a, what do we got going on here? We got 321 of them hanging out down here at 0975 to close. Now there's the break even where I would have been stopped out. I think once I get the scale off like this, going, you know, I'm going to just stick to my guns and let them go. And maybe that's a bad idea. I don't know. We are being accepted down there, and we did get down to settle in the RTH, just below settle in the previous VPOC. If we can take out the close and just get a couple of ticks further, well then, I'm a little apprehensive about the ultimate target here, and I'll tell you why. See this real, basically no volume. This is where the big pop happened last night, and if you look over here at the, here's the target, right? And here's the ETH low, and I don't have the MCVPOC on here, but you know where it is, and that's right at this low, right? So that's kind of a bad place to be. And I don't hold any hope that this is going to make any great shakes here, especially given the euphoria of the day. Yeah, well, that's whatever works for you, dude. You know, that's the take-home message from this stream, at least, is whatever works for you. Whatever works for anybody. It's like I was talking before you started hanging around here. Antonio and I would be talking about he also watches the TopStep X thing, and that Dakota guy doesn't trade with, it trades with a candlestick charts and no indicators, no nothing, draws boxes for what he considers to be support and resistance, and makes $250,000 a year. You know, good for him. 31-year-old kid from Utah. I mean, and obviously you're not stupid by a long shot, but you know, there is 100 different ways to skin this cat. That's for damn sure. I'm kind of not liking the fact that we can't seem to get too far below settlement close. I'd like to see him fall out of bed pretty hard here and get to my target. That'd be kind of snazzy. Panda, what's up, Panda? You want to say good morning to Antonio? Huh? No? Cat got your tongue? Oh, pun intended. Okay. Sorry, man. She's bashful at it. Well, I got to step away here for a second. I'm at, of two minds. Do I bring it up there? How long do you let this flop around? Yeah, I think I'll let it go. I gotta run out the kitchen. Yeah. No, she's bashful. Well, I'm sort of disappointed they didn't go smoking down there a few more clicks. That would have been kind of nice. While I was busy getting cat food and organizing panda snacks. I'm starting to worry about news risk at this point. I should have probably split up here. So we got this consolidation building up here now, or this fractal. Once you fractal your ass down there and let's see that MCVPOC, show everybody you're a big shot. Come on. 'I get to a point where I start wondering if it's, I've heard a lot of people talking about time stops, you know. I know that that's not the case with Tom and or Rod and those guys, but sometimes I wonder about that. And I guess it's just my monkey mind and FOMO. Uh, 1075. Come on, girls. Let's show them who's boss. Now I have to really start scratching my head. Do I start trailing up, you know, and locking this stuff in? Because I am pretty disappointed about the possibility of having it come back in my face. And I realize that's a fear thing and blah, 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 blah. But I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna. And I realize that's, you know, motivated by fear or whatever. I am also a little bit skeptical of getting much past this MCVPOC down here, which means this target might be in a little bit of jeopardy, shall we say. And I could just start trailing it up tight behind the close and all of these other ones to try to lock in what I can lock in. That's kind of how I start managing them after a while. After the pucker factor gets enough, you know, I'm cutting washers off my ass. It's time to start sucking them up there a little bit. I'm thinking about maybe moving this just a tick or two above this POC. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm thinking maybe just trailer up tight and let her keep running. But I am thinking about that. That level down there at 3 is looking kind of... suspicious looking down there, eh? Boy, my eyes are bothering me a lot. Come on, come on, girls. Get that target. There's that POC. Now, are we going to get through that? That's what I don't know. Come on, one more tick. Boom, there we go. All right, there's T2. Whoop. There we go. So there you are. Whoop. Okay, I don't feel too bad about that one. That's how those copies work. You see them flying up there? So now that has so now that's $3,750. 300 ticks. 5 times 60. And thanks very much. I'm going to go have my wife give me oxygen now to... Rod would be so disappointed that I chicken shitted up here, but that's a real quandary for me, you know? And I am going to be satisfied with the fact that I managed that as well as I could. All right. One of those a day and I'm okay, you know? The wolf is away from the door, shall we say. Now, what I do for the journal and everything, I don't know if you guys are aware of this one, but this is a pretty good thing. This is the statistics, right? And it gives you just about everything you're gonna want to see down here, including the MAE, MFE, in, out, you know, average price, time in, time out, ticks, bills, blah, 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 blah. So that's a pretty good snap to have. And then including this bar up here, which now only shows ticks. I'm happy to have those. And I include this snap on my in my journal. I feel like it's a little much to show this kind of thing, as far as, you know, it looks kind of bragging. Oh, look at all the money I made, you know, when you post it in the chat room, or like in either Static or the TLab. So I don't do that, but I do that, which I'll post over there in a minute or two. I don't post much in the TLab anymore. Thanks. A whole new crew of people in there that I figure are not interested in what I've got to say much. So that's that. And I don't see people posting that stuff in there a lot. As far as trades go and things like that. I think I will, though, come to think about it. There we go. Okay. Oh, that feels pretty good. Well, I don't know. Rod's targets. Let's whoop. That would have probably been close to it, or no, I'm guessing he would be looking for a previous RTH low, more than likely. I mean, certainly not to speak for Rod, absolutely, but, he typically targets those extremes, highs and lows and stuff like that. And like I said, he's taken his new child and wife, and they've gone down to the motherland, quote unquote, which from the pictures looks like my old stomping grounds down island in the Caribbean someplace, which is just fantastic. So I hope he's having an out of sight good time. A lot of fond memories those pictures bring back, I'll tell you. And I'm sure he'd be quite okay with targeting that overnight VPOC. Or not overnight, you know what I mean, MCVPOC. And I am too, as far as that goes. I mean, that trade worked out fine for me, and I'm going to continue to do these and vet these IB trades. And now I may start throwing in, like Antonio's favorites or one of those kind of things of migration. I mean, looking at this VPOC migration story here and, not shorting off the top of that was, that's pretty stupid, even if you say it fast. It's pretty obvious that was a real good short. And then confirmation, and then more confirmation, and then, on down you go. So in theory, it should have been short off of 42s or say 40s. In a logical, I'm an internet guru, Heinz rear view mirror trading kind of way. You know what I mean? Like I hopefully say every day, right over here on the hard right edge is ooh, what am I doing here? Yeah, there we go. It's hard to say what that's going to do at that moment, which is pretty obvious. But I wish to hell I could either get paid for these trades that I see in that rearview mirror, or, figure out how to be an internet wizard. I'd love to have YouTube give me 10 grand a month and not be sweating bullets trading, you know what I mean? That'd be super. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, and I'm damn sure not holding my breath. Yeah, well, that's very good. Excellent entry and excellent trade. And that is an asymmetric trade location. And I've, I yap about those a lot, but that's perfect. That is a perfect one. There's the open, there's a migration, there's the high, this is an all-time high, blah, blah, blah. What is your risk? It's an asymmetric relationship between the risk. I'm wrong right here. 2 ticks, 1 point, whatever. I'm wrong right there. That trade is wrong, absolutely, if it goes there. And what's the asymmetric risk? Very small risk, very large reward. That's, I believe, the key to this whole game. Patience and, letting the trade work out okay. And then being not in a hurry and using logic, common sense like that. An asymmetric trade, like you said, you put your stop above the all-time high, and if it hit you there, you were out. You knew you were wrong. Well, oops, I thought the damn thing was going down, and here we go up, That's it. I think. I could be really wrong, but I'll go to the bathroom and let you know how it works out. Now I can think a little more clearly here. Yeah. I don't know why this thing is doing all this weirdness, but it seems to be. Pretty intent on it. So I guess it's time. We have officially got a new all-time high right here. In the all-time high in the ETH, we're still under there by a tick, huh? That's a little bit suspicious, isn't it? What do we got here? 43s? 43s, okay. I'm going to smack this baby up to 15. Oh, that was stupid. Jesus, I'm sorry about that. That isn't what I wanted to do. What's the matter with me here, boys? My eyes are all upside down. This is what I'm talking about. There we are. And that was put in on the 10th. Remember that we had that, the first all-time high recently was on the 3rd in that abbreviated session. Then we came back over the top of it on the 10th. And now here we are, and we've still got the all-time high put in the overnight. Which is suspicious, to say the least. So I've moved the all-time high flag up here. We have just taken out the overnight volume point of control. My workflow is, as you probably already know, when it is no longer a live level, I change the text to black. Now I know that that's been run over. Not by much, but... And I've got all these gaps and crap down here. I try to get all that nit-nat stuff off the chart. over the weekend, and then I get busy doing M&Ms and whatnot on the weekend, and forget. Antonio, are you able to execute? It's been, I was using IB in 1999 and 2000, so, and I'm older than dirt and don't remember what I had for breakfast. So excuse this question, but have they evolved to a point where you can enter and do brackets and that kind of thing, and chart trade where you can trail up like we do here on either the IRT or Bookmap? I don't remember at all. In those days, you couldn't. In those days, it was real clunky. And I was stubborn to post. I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. I approached this business in South Africa. Wow. Well, I've been good at everything else I've ever done, and I'm a risk taker, right? Thousands of hours, single pilot in command, open ocean, single engine, stuff like that. And boy, was I wrong. None of those skills had anything to do with it. Probably most of them had a lot to do with the failure of it. So I really got off to a bad start. And then I sat there and was long going into and watching the planes run into the trade towers on 911 on the TV. I was I'd moved back from South Africa to Coconut Grove. Because at that time in 99, oh, good for you. Great. Sorry, I forgot to look up there. I asked you a question and then got wandering off on some story. Oh, cool. Well, at least, brackets I think brackets are a huge thing, obviously. So great. That's really super. IB was always great. And like I said, I admire the guy, whatever his name is, I forget. Cheap. They probably still have the lowest commissions around, and you can trade literally everything and pretty much everywhere, the DAX, the FTSE, yen, anything. That was always one of the big ones about IB. I remember in those days. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I moved back because even though the cost of living and everything was super advantageous in Southern Africa at that time, I was in Joburg at that time. But for an international internet connection that was what was it called? Wasn't a T1. There was no such thing as DSL. It was forget the name. It was an abbreviation for it. Was slower than the equivalent of a DSL now. They wanted $20,000 a month for it. And that's not an exaggeration. In country, it was, normally priced, but so what? You're not trading in country, right? I needed the internet. I needed the markets from over here. At that time, I was trading equities. So it was easier for me to pack up and move my stuff over here and rent a place, nice condo or a house in Coconut Grove, and where I knew Miami. I know Miami pretty well, and the Grove, and move over there and get a DSL and then eventually a T1 and be way ahead of the game. But I didn't have any clue what I was doing and immediately lost all my money in 911 during 911. So that's that story. But the DSL, the hell was that called? Well, it's not worth Googling, but anyway. In those days, there was a thing called a T1 and there was all these different connections. real expensive, hardwired all the way through from your computer or from your router all the way through the switch to the exchange and all that silly shit. Now, I've got 10 gig 10 gig two-way DSL over here, and it's like $50 or $60 a month or 100 or something. It's just amazing. Oh yeah, TopStep is a giant pain in the ass. What I was thinking, especially this X thing, obviously this is a TopStep account here. So, but yeah, what I've been thinking about doing, playing with the X that we talk about in the evenings, what I have set up is a one-way thing. Hold on. I haven't been over here yet this morning, so I haven't even got this off to the right start here. Let's first hold on a second. Let me get this up to date. So there's 7:30. There's 8:25. All right. So there's the overnight. And here is today so far. This is the MQ, everybody, MNQ. Let me remind everybody of that, because I forget all the time, and I'm going, God, why doesn't this data line up? It's really not a pretty picture, getting old. But I'll tell you one thing about it. The alternative is not nearly as good either. So, all right. So there's the volume profile with what little I can do. You can't do the IBs, so I manually changed those. I manually drew these and changed them. And I'll just do them quickly before I forget, because I'm anal, so, Okay, now I'll adjust those in a minute. But the way I do this is, here, I put this bracket, and they'll only let you do the brackets in dollars, which is real annoying. You can do everything on the charting in points or ticks or wherever else, but this bracket thing is annoying. So a 2-lot, now I've got to change this. Oh no, I'm sorry. A 1-lot, 12 ticks is $150. So what I was thinking to do was, this is how I've been messing with it with Bank at night, just 2 to 1 on a 1-lot. But I'll set this up so that it's there's the risk, and then there'll be the profit. That'll be the T1, and then the plan would be then to do the multiple click story, right? Where you put in a couple either by right clicking over here and putting in 2, and then you adjust your stop and target. So you got the T1 and break even, and then you got the next one. Of course, it's clumsy as hell, but that's the only way I've figured out to do it. And if you come up with a better idea, knock yourself out, I'd love to know what it is. Not that I mean, this is what they're forcing everybody to go to. And I believe this is all that the live traders are allowed to trade with. Execution-wise, obviously, if you want to buy your own Rhythmic and have every goddamn whistle and bell you can buy, Bookmap and everybody else going on, you can do that. But execution, it's kind of like Antonio Yu with executing on IB, but looking at this other stuff. That's what I understand. And I mean, I've known Hogue from back in the days of the 2012, 13, and he's always been a market profile guy. And in those days, I think it was T4 or something like that, did have a market profile stuff. He doesn't look at this stuff and trade it. He's got market profile charts going on somewhere. Absolutely. And there's no availability of that here that I'm aware of. So yeah, that's the only way I have figured out to do a bracket order. And interestingly enough, I was just thinking about that last night, and I thought I just put those over here. Where the hell did they go? The IB high and low. I don't know whatever happened here. Anyway, yeah. I didn't get around to doing it yet, but well, I'll be goddamn. I thought sure I moved these. That's weird. I guess I'm really out of whack here. What I've also figured out to do with this, if you do the same thing like I do, where you've got the value area high and low and all that kind of stuff on these profiles, after the ETH session, in other words, I nuke them back past the last full session, because what I was leaving them on like I do with IRT, and then suddenly I had more lines and crap going on over here that I couldn't even begin to figure out what was what. So I have figured the only way I could do that was this way here. Now, where are we with the IBs? Let's see here. Well, I mean, I'm still way up here, huh? That didn't look right. How can this wick be way up above the, what's supposedly the high of the VPOC? That doesn't make sense, does it? And 930 is that one, so. I guess that would be the, that's the low, I guess. Anyway, yeah, it's clumsy, that's for sure. And if you figure out a best way, that's the only way I've been able to figure out to do a bracket order. The way we normally do them. Yep. Take care, Antonio. Have a great stream. That's the way I figured out how to do it. Certainly not a good way. What's going on here? Okay. Well, they're holding that bottom, so I guess I'm pretty happy I got out of there. It only bettered me by a couple of ticks. Well, points, I should say. A point, I guess. Oh, that's really great. That's great. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to see if I can sneak up on Mama here and see what she's doing. Oh, pretty quiet around here. I'm a little suspicious. Okie dokie. Now I'm going to narrate these the way I doctor them all up here for the journal. So it's higher out of range, RTH1. This is how I annotate my simple trades here. But every one of them has got the same system. And then this is what I put in the journals. I used to do this for, but I don't anymore. I saw something misspelled. There we go. Then I paste this into the journal. And now comes the next psychological hurdle. Many people say, well, when you're, and I understand the concept, when you're winning, hit the gas. And I tend to go the other way. I tend to be content with this win and that amount of ticks, and extremely cautious to give any back or continue on. Mainly because, back to the story of all the first things I did. Very good. I mean, great, good trade. Super. Yeah, and boy, that is a definite rotation right off the low, and whatever this thing is, the overnight low. Yeah, cool, good for you. Anyway, what I was saying was back when I first started trading and had no clue, I was, 100 trades a day. So, it wasn't trading. That was like whipping and spurring or killing snakes or something, that was, so I'm real cautious of all that kind of stuff. And all that baggage comes with you for no matter how many years it is. Anyway, the point is I'm apprehensive at this point to put on another trade, and your assessment of the reversion here and trade back up is great. Well, not really. I was for a while. I was a general contractor first, designed and built my own custom homes. Then I was a pilot in the Caribbean. Then I was a manager in Angola and did database stuff. And the last career I had, which just came to an abrupt end after a decade, was a global project manager and system analyst, system admin. Well, yeah, that's true. You're absolutely right. You want to. That's why I have no problem with checklists and all those kind of things, or discipline. You're right. But trading is essentially putting on a statistically validated risk, because we all know, or you and I, since we're the only two maybe listening here, it's 50-50, man. It's going to go up or it's going to go down. It's binary. And so you start doing all of the things like we've been doing, like looking at this by, IBC, and a bit of a late entry here, but I got real lucky with these here within a tick or two of stopping out. My entry should have been up here, and then my stop would have been above this recent swing high, which would make much more sense. And your entry down here is a good one. You had a double test at this, and there's this big liquidity sitting down here, 256 hanging out at the big round number, which is a strike, and all those kind of things. Yeah. Now, did you get out too soon? Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, you got up to your 13.5 there, and it hasn't gotten too far over that. So, yeah, good. Anyway, I am going to yeah. You longed the 05s. Wait a minute, I misread something, I thought. Oh, I see. I got you. I missed it. I misread the whole damn thing. Good for you. You got risk neutral at 1075. There you go. Okay. Yeah, football. That's on the screen above me, and the OBS is on another monitor off to my left here that I have vertical, actually. I have the four screens in front of me on the rack are my trading screens on the lower level, and two other screens on the upper level, which are on a different computer. Then to my left is a vertical monitor on this trading machine where I have OBS and stuff. And then around the corner from that is another one that's another regular normal monitor. It's on a third machine that I do all the usual email and crap with. And these two, the trading monitors in this one around the corner are 32-inch 4Ks, LGs. Trying to do the best I can for my eyes and everything. I don't know whether it's working. I think like my eyes are falling out of my head, but yeah. Yeah, good. For me, I figure, way back when I first started, there's a couple of pictures you may have seen in Tom's room there of Tom back when he was really young, and I laughed to myself because when I moved back to Miami and set up my office there, I had 4 monitors set up, and it was those big RCTs, just exactly the same ones that are in that picture of Tom's. It was pretty funny. I have not found a picture of it, but brought back memories, boy. So funny, all that shit you had to do. I build my own machines also, trading machines. So, yeah. Our daughter inherited my trading machine that we came over here with from KL, and that's her gaming machine. And that has a Ryzen 9 in it, and I'm afraid that this i9 that I built this one on is just, it seems to choke, and I can't imagine why, It's supposed to be cutting edge multi-thread 129K, 129,000K i9. I think that's the right number. 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and all that crap. And there's no reason in the world that I can see it should choke or lag. That's what makes me so frustrated with it's like this, this IRT or this RTH column not resetting properly. And it did for all these years until now, till just recently. Nah, I don't know. Frustrating. Shit happened, I guess. Yeah, these. I don't know. I have no idea what you got or if you're happy. But these LG 32-inch 4K LGs. If you watch, you can pick them up at Costco for like $1.07 or $2.75 or something each. Pretty amazing. I got 3 of them, and then my other 3 monitors are HP 27 high res. That's the 2 I got above and the 1 vertical. And the 2 main trading monitors here are 32-inch 4Ks, and the lone monitor on that other machine around the corner over there on my other stand-up desk is also 32 4K. I had 4 of them. Wait a minute. I guess oh no, and then I bought a curved one for her daughter. And maybe the curve thing is a way to go, because I noticed that with these monitors being so wide, I kind of have to move to get the right, the color and all that kind of stuff right and be able to focus just properly. And that screws up. The mic is on a boom, so that's not a headset mic. So if I want to keep the sound normal, then I to move the boom. Well, the thing with IRT with me was, I have a couple of setups. I have some tabs. Well, I have some tabs, right? I have this is the 4K for these are the minis. This is the TLab snap. This is the micros. This was, I found Tom's micro composite, and then I just grabbed a couple of things off of it. I found this over on IRT, I think. And then there's this one, which has just these, 5 or 6 charts and my back testing, and then this other thing just playing around. I don't really mess with IRT much at all. And for example, any of these things, if you had IRT, let's say, I could send you the chart definition for these 4 charts, and you would just open up a blank. I don't know if this works or not. Just open up a blank tab with this blue thing in the background here, which is basically just the container, and drag each one of those things over, those definitions over, and there it is in front of your face. That part of it is really simple. And yeah, you can do all kinds of nit-nat, hocus pocus, and goofing around. Absolutely. And when, like the back testing stuff, build in these rules to do the back test and things is something I've, sort of been interested in and done for a lot of my life. Since way back in Angola, actually, I built a couple of big databases that managed all the spares and rotables for that Transafrique, that aviation outfit where we did all the stuff for the UN. So I've been monkeying with it for a while. But yeah, it can be pretty daunting. And another thing that's great about IRT that I use a lot, right there, Charting Indicators Forum. And there's a gazillion videos and chart definitions you can download and just drop them over on your thing, and there you have it. I mean, I'm not trying to sell IRT, and it's expensive. And if, we have been discussing in the static with Rod about an alternative to Bookmap and IRT. Wouldn't it be great to just have one thing that did those things and not be spending all that money and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people also use Sierra charts, which I've used before. And yeah, there you are. I built this thing in thoughts of replacing Bookmap. This is called Trail of Intentions on IRT. I can change the scale, which allows, brings in or out these various levels up here. One thing I just noticed last night, though, that in my opinion disqualifies this from being used. And there's the dome, which is handy. That's as far as you can wind it in. I'm trying to get this to scroll in more, and it will not go past right there. It'll go out. Look at the time bar down here. But that's as far in as I can get it. Now, I don't know if there's a setting up here with a view period, maybe. I don't think so. I don't even see view period. So that's different. Okay. Oh, on a regular chart, you can do a whole lot of stuff. Like setup, you can download your data, chart preferences, view period, how many days back you're going to do, and all that kind of stuff. And it's all based on simple configurations like the instruments setup, symbol setup is that. And then you have, then after you've got your some symbols set up, you can do there are different, a whole bunch of different sessions, which are predefined, or you can set them yourself. So it's just stuff like that from the bottom up, kind of. But yeah, it's complicated and it's expensive. If I could get rid of it and get rid of Bookmap and have one chart that worked, one program that worked great, I would in a heartbeat. And to be honest with you, just before we left KL, I was trading successfully with TradeEvade. And then they got, in the transition, when we moved over here, they got bought by NinjaTrader, and I got no use for that. That whole Ninja verse and all that crap, where some dork develops an indicator and you're supposed to buy it, and who the hell is this guy, I mean, and they have a very bare bones software And then they rely on this ninjaverse with all these people like you and me that are developing stuff. And who are they? So the minute Tradeovate got bought by them, I wasn't interested in Tradeovate anymore, which is too bad. They had multi-profile, they had volume market profile, they had volume profile, range bars, Rankos, brackets. Yeah, it was pretty slick, and it was an application, so you could use it on any browser. That's pretty slick. Yeah, Bookmap is great, and that's why we're still stuck, still here using it. All of us, me, Rod, me, and everybody else. That I know of is because there isn't a replacement. I've owned Jigsaw for years. They've got what's called the Auction Vista, and it's a real clunky idea of a heat map that doesn't work even remotely as well as what we got here. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess, right? But yeah, it's like whatever it is, $300 a month or some stupid shit. And then there's the other argument, which is, well, if if your whole overhead can be paid in terms of your trading data and whatever else can be paid by making 1 point a month, isn't that realistic? You know what I mean? That's pretty cheap overhead. Think of any business. Just because I didn't want a whole bunch of volume dots every place. I just want these dots here. I don't want, like, I think I showed you that snap yesterday of Tom's chart, and great that it works for Tom and great that it works for anybody else. I can't even find the price. I can't even find the price in the damn thing. And that's why I set my heat map and everything up like I have it. The minimum dot sizes that are meaningful to me. And like I think I said yesterday, I only turned these icebergs and stops back on last weekend and tweaked them around so they were real small. They are also limited. And I don't have all the gradations and all that stuff, that's going on over here that a lot of people have. And if you look, Rod's charting and some of the others are also pretty. What is Rod's favorite? Less is more, yeah. Well, if they were red on the way up, that means they were selling. People were selling into it, and or they were taking stops. Because remember, a buy stop, I mean, when somebody's long, the way they get out of being long is to sell. Right? Different than a like a stop here, I guess. Just that's the first thing that comes to my mind reading your message there. Let me look at something over here if I can. Hold on, somebody asked me another question here. Well, let me look at something here. Overnight close. Overnight close. Oh, I don't think I track what he's asking me. Let me see something here. Where are we here now? Let me see something here. Okay, this is one of the guys in Static. This is his chart. This is Vansel's. Rod's out goofing off, so I don't think I have any rod charts around here. Well, long time I don't see anything, but anyway, you get the idea. So I'd like Rod's charts are extremely clean also, and that's kind of what I've been trying to get myself used to, you know, is well, like I said before yesterday, I think I couldn't even remotely be able to trade the chart that Tom posted. To me, it was just nothing but total confusion and soup. You know, I couldn't even see Priceline. I couldn't see the price. I couldn't see. I don't even have the bid and ask here. This is the closing price only. The last price. I couldn't see any of those things on that chart that Tom posted. And he's making shitload of money, I assume. Good for him. And he's, you know, maybe he's trying to keep all those things active to, you know, further promote Bookmap. I don't know. But I don't have that motivation. And so for me, you know, I've even thought about muting the colors down on my levels here so that they weren't quite so in your face. But that's as much as I know. I mean, that's my point of view. And that's one of the things that kind of impresses me about, or I guess I could say impresses me about Dakota. Absolutely nothing on his charts. 5-minute chart, and then I think 100 tick chart, maybe it is. The two. Sometimes draws a box at what looks to be support or resistance, you know, to me. And that's it, and makes a shitload of money. If you want to watch that trade in a more relaxed atmosphere, it's called Slow Markets on TopStep TV. If you just, I don't know if you know about TopStep TV or not, but it's a thing, YouTube, and they do a whole all-day thing, and it gets pretty confusing and I think way over the top, but in some cases. But the guy's name is Dakota. He's a 31-year-old fella from Utah. Successful. Yeah, there you go. Okay, if you just, you know, now I don't have much use for some of the people that join in, like the Baron guy necessarily. Don't really know much. Yeah, but it's chaos as far as if you're watching it in the like fast markets or any of that other kind of stuff. The slow market thing is just that. It starts at 7:30 at night Central Standard Time, or 19:30. So obviously the market is super slow and super calm. And on Tuesday night, it's just him. And on Sunday night, it's just him. On Monday and Wednesday, he has this other fella, Jay, with him. And then on Thursday, he has this guy, Baron, who's new to the thing. And whatever, I have no comment one way or the other. But on Friday, he doesn't do anything because the market's closed, of course. But if you watch the slow market thing, like at 7 or it starts at around 7 at 7:30, for about an hour and a half is all. So it's not a long drawn out thing, and very, 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 very often takes a trade and makes several $1,000 doing basically nothing. I mean, no indicators, no volume profiles, no volume bars at the bottom, nothing. Pretty about as stripped down as you're gonna get, I think. Trying to figure out how to answer a question for Garrett here that I don't think I can. I'm not sure how to do that. What am I doing now? Garrett asked me a question. What is this all about? I don't know why that's doing that. He asked me a question about, there we go, about whether this low was, the overnight low was 1.5 the IB. And I'm trying to see a quick way to see that over here. I don't have it set up. Don't have it over here either. Yeah, I don't know. Looks about right. Looks about 1.5 times. Doesn't it? There should be a way to do that if I think about it for a minute, but it's not exactly top of my brain right now. Now here's another IB continuation taken off. Except I won't be on it, but that's a pretty good one right there. Boop, 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 and down we go. Will they come down and test the lows and look for this value area low? I don't know. How would I do that? Let's see. Should be a way to easily do that IB low. Yeah, they are. Well, not all of them. It's only going to be a few of them because they're all over the place, right? What's his name? Dakota lives in Utah. That Jay guy lives in New York. Brandon, who isn't a coach or whatever, lives somewhere else. Pennsylvania maybe, or someplace, I think. They're kind of all over the place. The core group of people, Hogue and JD and those guys who have been with Mike since the beginning, are all around Chicago. And yeah, they're building a pit idea, but it's not going to be a stand-up, pit. They were all pit traders. I guess you know that. And that's what TopStep comes from, is from the TopStep in the pit. But the idea, I think, is to have funded traders and people like that come in and film them in the studio. Yeah, kind of like taking Tasty Live to the next level, I think. I don't know. I'm sure they won't invite me. But if you want some sort of a slow-paced kind of, and actually today might be a good day to check it out because it's just Dakota on there. So it's only his thoughts. And, obviously when there's somebody else, he's polite enough to have it, to share the spotlight or whatever you want to call it, or share the floor. And Jay might be somebody you're interested in. He trades a lot on volume and anchored VWAP. for you in your new book. But he does use the volume bars at the bottom of the chart, not volume profile. And he does use indicator. I think the 50 and the 200 and something else, and the VWAP. And the anchored, as I said, anchored VWAP. But, yeah. And he is with Dakota on the slow markets Monday and Wednesday. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, it's pretty much okay. 7:30 Central Standard Time. Looks to me like they're heading for Rod's targets, the previous RTH lows, so I got out way too early. You know, what are you going to do? I got to read back up here. I'm behind. It looks like standby. Oh, yeah, good for you. That's a big win, and good for you. Yeah, but be careful of that fat finger story. All right, I'm going to put on the Mookie and dim this thing off. Ned's off now. Our conversation with him is over with, and I'm going to go. Have a good one there, GA. Right, here we go in the power hour. Okay, here we are in the power hour. Heading for the final curve here. Had one trade in and out for me today. That's in line with my plan, which is the which is my plan. I am betting a trade at a time, and in this case, I'm doing the initial balance trades. Here is the trade. Here's the entire day, and here was my trade. And it's as keeping in line with the stream here, and fortunately, Bookmap lends itself well to this. Every move, everything you do in a trade is dutifully recorded. And then, of course, on the stream, it's pushed out to YouTube. And here's the 4 contracts. That's 2 in and 2 out. Total of 60 ticks. This is the ES, the mini ES. And here we are. If you want to see what that looks like closer up, there's the trade. It was an IB continuation trade. We traded through it, came back up to it. I got in a little bit early right here. I could have had better placement up here. The way my trades work, there is a, hold on a second, I gotta type something here quickly. There we go. So there is a, I use a bracket order system, risk neutral. This is the 4 lot. What I was trading, I was talking to somebody else. Here's the 2 lot system, which I use. It's a 2 contracts. The stop for both is at 12 ticks. You see that right here. There's the stop. There's the entry. 2 contracts. There's the first take profit target, which is risk neutral at the same stop distance as is the same tick distance as is the stop right here. So at this point, the trade is risk neutral, and the worst that I can possibly do is a scratch. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. And my target remains down here. You can see the break-even line. The minute this target is hit, break-even is here at my stop location. The market, got within a tick or 2 of my stop. Traded lower, no problems from the point we were risk neutral. I got a little bit antsy right here and brought my stop down. Trailed it down a bit for trade management just to make sure I locked in some profit, which is or is not a good thing to do. That's debatable. You need to verify and vet that for yourself. And then here is the second target. So that's 2 contracts, 60 ticks on the MES. And this will remain on the stream and here on Bookmap. Let me get this back over here now. Here on Bookmap. What I'm doing now in my workflow or my daily trade thing is I mark the open with this vertical line. I do that for the ES and for the overnight or the ETH and the RTH. And then I try to keep the entire session in view until I get approaching the IB continuation or the IB stat trade, which happens at 9:30, obviously. And then I zoom in, right? So let's see, we would be like this, trading along, and I would see we're approaching 9:30, so I zoom in to get a better view of what's going on. Well, I'm sorry I'm not doing this very good. Better view of what's going on. We've passed 930. The IB is set right here. We come down through it, just back up, and I take my entry, the IB continuation trade. Why did I choose the IB continuation trade? Because context for the day was absolutely down. The day was a more or less of a directional day rather than rotational. And the trade that is typically favored in a directional day is the IB continuation. The opposite would be in a rotational day when we're doing this, and the IB failure would be the trade, which is essentially a mean reversion trade. So that's the workflow, and that's how it works, and that's where I am. Clear and concise. Live trading, 60 contracts in front of you. And if you want to see the actual statistics about that, this is the stats window for Bookmap. There's the type, there's the average price, there's the entry time, exit time, total time in the market of 21 minutes and 14 seconds, 14.074 seconds. Max price, min price, maximum size is 2 lots, 4 fills. There's the P&L. There's the ticks. It was a sell. There's the maximum favorable, or maximum adverse and maximum favorable, or adverse excursion, and the favorable excursion, which is kind of crazy because it obviously there was no heat, or well, there was a little bit of heat at the very beginning, but there's no stop. So that's how it works. Now tomorrow, we've closed it. We've rounded the curve now, so we are heading into the close of the cash. Which is at 1500. We've bottomed out twice here at the value area low. Now, remember this, with the price levels here that come from my IRT. The value area low and high are from the previous RTH session. The developing value area low and high are for this current auctioning session. And another thing that's important to remember here is that today we opened in a big gap up. There was our gap high where we opened, and here was our gap low, previous RTH high. Okay. So this was the distance between the open and the high of yesterday's RTH session. In a gap configuration, the gap rules which apply, and these are old, I certainly didn't make this up. This comes from the old market profile days. If we open in a gap and we close that gap relatively early in the session, well, there we go, pretty early in the session, about an hour and a half, and we're accepted into value right there, we have a very good probability, over 90%, of trading across that value area to the value area low of the previous RTH trading session. Boom. And there we go. Gap rules to the tick. Now, I'm not trading the gap trades. I'm focusing for this period of time, several days, till I'm confident that I have this all back tested and properly statistically verified, that it is a statistical edge. I'm doing the IB trades only. But it's comforting to me as a statistically driven person, more or less, and data driven, this gap rules is, older than probably half the people that listen to this stream. And it still bears out to this day in this environment, in this market. I think that's pretty interesting. And I think that's, for me, it's encouraging, and it is assuring. Gap rules, and I pointed those out. If you go back to the beginning of the stream, you'll discover that I pointed those out in the pre-market at 10 minutes past 8 this morning. Exactly that same gap rule, and I identified that I would be only looking for the initial balance trade, and what those two trades are, the failure and the continuation. And I pointed out the determination of the IB, which is nothing more than the first the IB high and the IB low, which is right here under the this level. You can see it over here. The IB high and the IB low are simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And there's the open. Here we are. We got within a tick of the open. And ironically for me, overnight put in a new all-time high. And we got within a tick or two of it, but we didn't take it out. Now, that will be on somebody's radar or everybody's radar, because that's typically not what happens. Typically, the RTH traders do not allow a level to remain that was put in outside the RTH session. Now, if you were if you weren't interested in trading the IB trades as I was, this is a perfect mean reversion off the open. If you got short anywhere right up here off the open, you're, what is that, 45 points in the money all day with no heat, zero heat. Really a beautiful day to trade, in my opinion. So just taking a quick cruise around the screens here. This is the ES. Here was our gap open. There was our gap. There's where we closed the gap. Took us a while to get accepted into value, but once we did, we've traded down through just as the old gap rules apply. We've traded right down through. Let me see if I can get this damn thing out of the way here. We've traded right down through and actually below the value area. So it's worked out exactly as per text, as per the definition. This is the NQ, which has not been quite so accommodating with the gap rules. Still has not closed the gap. Pretty damn close, but has not closed it. This is the micro composite, and you can see what a big day we had here today. And market profile for the ES. I also keep a similar setup for the NQ. NQ, what am I talking about? The micros. This would be the micro NQ, the micro ES, etc. And I push all of these session prices to anybody that wants them. If you can use them, use Bookmap or have a way to use them in Excel or something. Drop something in the chat. Click a thumbs up, subscribe. It'd be great. Drop something in the chat that you'd like the session prices, and I'll figure out how to hook you up. I provide them to a lot of people in the Traders Lab and Static and around. So that's no problem. I'm happy to do that. What are we doing up here? Well, our volume seems to have been still a little bit light. We're a little bit negative change on the ESs, and the NQs are a little bit positive. Oh, let's see if that really is light. Yeah, no, we're up 110% on the volume at this point in time. in today in the RTH session. Now the volume that you saw over here on the quote page is for the full session. So here's the relative volumes. This is the divergence. The ATR, average true range, harmonic rotations. These are some statistics that I calculate. This is the S&P, or SPX, I should say. And this is a daily ES chart with open interest plotted. And I can't tell you that that does me a lot of good, frankly. Some of these things I pick up, somebody's interested, somebody says something, it's, oh, this is a good thing to watch, whatever else. And so I use these areas over here for testing that out, you know. This is a another testing page. It doesn't seem to have anybody on it. There we go. This is just a 1 minute chart where I've been looking at some stuff, and this is well, it doesn't, because it's been restarted now. This is an IRT reconfiguration of a book map, heat map, and pretty quick this will be accurately reflecting the levels in the dome, and this is the dome, but it includes the price levels. I just don't think it is as handy because you can't scroll in or out. That's in. You can't get out much, right? So it's not very handy to me. And there we go. Oh, boy. Now we have the market on close orders, which will be coming up here at 1450. To refresh anybody's memory that doesn't, all of my times that I speak of verbally or that are on my charts or anything are all Central Standard Time. And what has happened with the cartoons over here? Well, the list of speakers has been pretty well whittled through. Or look at that list of speakers. Isn't that something else? Here was the numbers out this morning, the CPI and the Red Book. Now we got what sort of insulting things are happening with. I never saw such a thing where the members of the administration were insulting each other and other people. You know, he's stupid. And we're talking about the Fed chairman of the Fed. You know, it's like, and the funniest thing for me about Trump's position about Jerome Powell, first, he's absolutely a long way from stupid or ignorant or uneducated. And second of all, he's a Republican and he was appointed to the job of Fed chair by Donald Trump. So, you know, that's amazes the hell out of me. Absolutely. And I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent or making any political statements. I'm just saying I don't understand. I don't understand the motivation or the technique or the approach or the end game. We are in earnings season, by the way. Look at this. Is this Is this correct? You know, this is professional reporting and news. The president's pissed. Oh my goodness. It's one thing you got to say is it's amusing and entertaining. Let's put it that way. It's entertaining. So as we wait the next 5 minutes for the market on close orders, let's have a look at tomorrow, shall we? So we've got the core PPI out. Industrial production. Vice Chair Supervision Barr is speaking. We've got the crude reports and the beige book. Here's probably a biggie. We've got some more of the banks and the financials reporting. And the all-important Las Vegas Sands, where we can't miss the casinos. What happens on Netflix, Abbott, Travelers, Seagate, Friday? Nothing much on Friday, I don't suppose. Schlumberger. Okay. Coca-Cola. Well, Buffett will be all excited. Coca-Cola on Tuesday. Philip Morris. Let's all have a cigarette. They're one of the companies that has ignored the sanctions on Russia and have put in a record of like $2 billion or something profits in Russia. I guess everybody just looks the other way. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Again, you know, it seems like such a crazy setup. Now, get the sneezes over with here. Now I can get back to what I was talking about. What I'm waiting for here, and the reason I'm kind of stalling looking at the news and stuff. We've got the market on close orders at 1450, so 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. And what they're going to look like, let me see if I can find the open on opens. And what am I doing? Oh, wow. Way down here. Lots of news, though. Here's the market on open orders, and it shows the S&P 500, NASDAQ, Dow, and the Mag 7. And it'll show whether it's a plus is a sell side, negative is a buy side, and this is in millions. And that's what we're going to be seeing up here pretty quick. Incidentally, these news sources that I use are both free. Investing.com, which I've used for years, and in Financial Juice, which I only just stumbled into not long ago. They're free, so anybody can do this. And if you got deep pockets, you can pay them for that non-delayed real-time stuff. But, you know, the only time that this delay could probably a disadvantage is some kind of radical news, like, you know, a Trump tweet or post or something like that has a big effect on the market quickly. Like that deal last night when the market just shot straight up on some executive level person from whatchamacallit, NVIDIA, saying that they expected to get a license to export chips to China. Market went up, 25 handles or something. That's why I'm saying that these two right here could be real big. Could be a real big deal as far as market moving news. So here we go. That wasn't much. That was exactly nothing. There is the market on close orders. That's amazing. That's truly amazing to me. 4 or 5 handles. So there's 593 million buy side for the S&P, 302 million buy side for the NASDAQ 100, 182 million buy side for the Dow, and 151 million buy side for the Mag 7. Basically 5 handle move. That's essentially nothing as far as I can see. We've been rotating through these 5 handles the entire time, and it just looks like another rotation without any movement. I was actually wondering, making sure I had the right everything, you know. Okay, and in about 7 minutes, we're going to be at the cash close. I will end the stream there. Typically, I've been really kicking around the idea of a night moves or an ETH, abbreviated ETH stream. But I'm kind of prone to watch the ETH market rather than really trade it a lot now. The purpose for this is I have a commitment not to take any trades off the stream. And so if I were to be going to do that in the overnight or, the ETH session, I would want to have that on a stream. I haven't been doing that. And so if I do decide that I'll go that way, then I'll, make sure that it's well announced. And obviously, if you signed up and, subscribed, notified or whatever, you would get notice of that. Otherwise, I will be on at start with the pre-market as usual at 0800 in the morning. And what I'm going to do now, as soon as we close the cache here, is stop the stream and update the chapter markers and all of that. And then kedaddle off with my daughter to got to address some stuff with the counselor for her college enrollment stuff. So we're going to scurry across town for that. Or, that was the last plan I heard anyway. Let me rephrase that statement. I'm sort of the tail end of the stick here usually. And 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I think my articulation and my diction is going out the window here. I'd sort of half been anticipating a squeeze into the close here, and that absolutely did not materialize. And there we are. Not much of a closing swing trade. By golly. We've still got a few minutes left. This is a little deceptive here with the time. The time marker is actually right there. So I try to keep the whole range, on screen, but it is a little bit deceptive. We're not at 3 o'clock yet. If you look down here at the bottom of any of my screens, there's hours, minutes, and seconds. And that's why I have the whole monitor displayed rather than just the window. For that reason. Just exactly for that reason. Well, they're still selling them off with some degree of authority. Look at that. Making my trade look a little bit limp up there. I could have been quite a ways ahead of the game right here. And it's interesting to point out, we can do that while we're waiting. At no point in time was my stop threatened. After we were, after the trade was, after I had the profit or the helmet, after I had my risk neutral scale, right up here it got pretty close. Before the trade was before I got the scale, but after the risk neutral scale was on, at no point in time, up until right now, was this stop ever challenged. Closest they got was there. And we've been selling down ever since, and now we're way down yonder in the corn patch over here. So that's a substantial amount of ticks. What is that? Well, 14, 4 is 10, 92, 94 is 20, 84, there's 30 points right there. That would have been a 30-point trade with no heat. That's worth thinking about. And there is, boom, let me see, I think that's the deal there. Got some those funny things that I never think about over here. Push button stuff. So yeah, there we go. There it. This must be the clapping again. The mixers. Okay, have a great night. Get outside, get some, fresh air, sunshine, do something with your family, do something for your health. And I'm going to do something with my attitude here. Look at that. Well, there's 20 points more than my stop, than my target. My target was at 02 and we're down here at 82. There you are. Without any heat. Would I have wanted to stand here and manage this all day? I wouldn't have to if I were to just let the bracket run. Now, I would have to close out here because I don't have an auto liquidate. I don't have an auto liquidate on Bookmap. I don't even think there is one, to be honest with you. Anyway, have a great night. I'll be back. I would say very small possibility that I'll have an evening stream or an ETH stream, but very Man, I'm not going to be up at till 11, stay up till midnight waiting for Hong to say something. So there's that. Have a great night. Be in the morning at 8 o'clock. How does that work?